Probably not even Llama playing. Probably not. Probably not even me. Just got my bot playing for me. Much stuff. How'd that Lilith kill mechanic up? Were you able to outgear it? Oh yeah. I kill Lilith in like a single second now on Torment 4. Have I played G2R before? Oh, that's right. They resurrected that game a few years ago. I guess I'll have to give that a try sometime. Oh, I need more. So many numbers. More number equals better. That's what my daddy always told me. Oops. You think it fits the Amazon? It just doesn't look like the Amazon is the only thing. It's like a hooded figure and stuff. I mean, maybe she has a hood. Your hammer's dropped off too. Yeah, so I actually wanted, like, this build, we're gonna make our guide and then we're gonna push off of it. This build is godly. I'm clearing like pit 105 with it. It's very good. But that being said, I want to go try out some of the other builds. Is this Crusader? I mean, it might as well be in a way. The angel wings look cool. Is it less than $100? I think the angel wings came with the deluxe set. Again, I asked them for a key and they gave me a key. And I think this came with that key. You like the early game on D4? Interesting. Oh, the hammers and stuff. I think there's definitely something to be said in games. It just depends the person. But like for me in D2, I enjoy the early game more than the late game, you know. I mean, I've done plenty of late game as well, but I really like the early game. Just something to be said about like building the character up. I did not expect you to play D4 for this long. You know, sometimes you gotta do the unexpected to change it up, get people's minds blown. You can go tell your Your wife. Today, Mr. Llama. You blew it. Blew my mind. Is it even worth to pick up the millions of legendaries? Nah, you can see I just leave them all over the ground. I mean, there's like a slight worth in that, like, you get some upgrades, so like I will go get them from the things eventually. But they come to you at the end anyways. So what does the end game item grind look like? These are all good questions. I feel like we should make a video for each one, but Horde's Compass. Essentially, the endgame item grind is there's some mythic uniques, so there's still a couple mythic uniques I want to go find. And then there's chasing like these ancestral items. So it's a legendary item, but then it has like greater affixes on it is what they call it. So let me see if I have. So like here is a perfect. I don't like the affixes, so these gloves actually aren't that good. But all four of these affixes rolled greater, right? On this one, only one of the affixes rolled greater. Now, like I say, the unfortunate part is I just don't like the affixes that rolled. So it's kind of worthless to me. But that's essentially it. You're looking for those, and then that paired with the mythics, and you go from there. There's the Diablo Immortal stream. I mean, this is kind of it, right? It's pretty similar. Traversal. Alright, so we're just kind of leveling and gathering mats right now. You actually had fun playing Immortal, but got burnt out on the questing. Yeah, it's understandable. The max level is 300, so I'm 209. That's max paragon. Level's a little bit not right to say with it, but... Do you ever get excited about drops in this game? I would be excited. See, the biggest issue they have with drops and items and all the things is all of this, everything is legendary, right? Like legendaries just rain down nonstop. But then they have the chase and the greater affixes and all of this, so you can actually have some like excitement in drops a little bit. But it's just like kind of annoying how they've scaled it up to that. Like they could still have that without everything just dropping legendary, you know? Oh my god. Basically how all modern RPGs operate. Yeah, it is. And this is, you know, the annoying thing with how all modern RPGs are. Is it normal everything dies in one hit? Welcome to modern RPGs. Now again, this character is also one of the best characters in the game. Maybe the best. I mean, I guess the Judgment build Rob was showing is actually better, but this character is pretty stacked up, so at this point, for us to take damage and stuff, we have to either just have one-shot mechanics, which are stupid, but that's how it is, or we have to go maybe to like crazy high pit levels. D2, everything dies in one shot as well? Not like this. Not like this. I find this boring. Everything builds up in sling, no need for thinking of strategy. Yeah, this is kind of like your... Like if you have like a super stacked character and you're doing like players 1 and Dario runs or something, or you know, Mephisto runs. Kind of like at that level of it. You're just kind of like farming gear. There's no real risk. It's even more so though, like I agree with you guys. Don't get me wrong. I am not some like D4 truther now who's like, oh no, you don't understand. Like, yeah, pushing pits you start getting the difficulty, but it also has the silliness of just like, again, nothing, 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 and then like one shots from explosions on the ground that you can't see. Alright, do I have 3 Baneful Hearts? Wait. Malignant Hearts? No. What's the Baneful Heart look like? 10 cushion dolls. I don't know. I do have a Baneful Heart. Which one is the baneful heart? Tongue, here. Is under keys. They're in Helltide. You have to go to Helltide. Wait, where's Helltide? Up top right of screen. I'm blind, I'm sorry. Close the inventory. Oh, I have 6 baneful hearts. Oh. Wow, I never knew that's what that was. Perfect. Let's summon some. Do they disappear at the end of Helltide? No. Okay. I don't know. All the other materials that you use for those things are in your inventory, and then suddenly those ones are up there. Right? You can understand how that's not the greatest design. You should probably have them in both places if you want. Different systems designed by different teams and different people. Exactly. This is where one of my chief complaints comes from. Of when too many people work on a game at once, you get this whole thing. You know? Every system is its own. Okay, so today is Guides Day. So we're gonna start with this guide. Trying to think if there's like what final pieces I need. Speed. There's some notes up here. Oh, I've already got this. I do need to get my cliffs up. I think I've hit most of the important stuff. Thorns and max life. Damage, damage. Damage. Okay. Cool. Exactly, Grim. You want an ARPG, you can convince your friends to play D4 PoE 2. Oh, tough one. Very tough one.
Here is the end portal. Cast out thy darkness, for only light must remain.
Mantle, lucky hit, critical strike damage. Wait, is that what I'm still using? Dude, these are so bad. Critical strike chance. Max life. Strength, resistance to all elements, lightning. I guess we'll just use those. God, my gloves are so trash.
What will it be? Same partner. Come back if you need work.
Okay. Oh, it only keeps 10, I guess. Okay.
Anything breaks, the forge is hot.
Alright, let's go re-roll these and try and get like some mildly okay gloves, I guess.
I carry the best shards of the heavens.
What are we doing here? Go to Saragar. How do I make Saragar my hometown? Every time I TP, it takes me to this stupid tiny town. Perfect, thanks, Lang. Do I use AI to make guides? Heck no. Right click the waypoint. Oh, favorite. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so codex this with Celestial Strife. And then enchant this and swap this out. Sure. I really thought I did this yesterday on a pair of gloves. Where's crit chance? Cooldown reduction's also interesting for my other build. I'm gonna grab cooldown reduction. Let's just make this the other one. They're okay. They're not like great gloves. They're okay.
Bright aura. Brighter soul.
Temper on... I guess just disciple damage. Yeah, we'll make these the other gloves. Fine enough. More cooldown reduction. Alright, that works. And sanctify. You can't have sockets on gloves. Item quality increased by 7. Gross. Terrible. Okay.
It is done.
So ridiculous. Okay, so we will take these gloves, put them over there,
See some steel you need?
and anything worth anything. Red Ceremony with +6 to Zealot skills. I think I have that. Vulnerable damage. No. Cooldown reduction. I'm gonna hold that as a example item. Ooh, how do I make my stash like edit tab? Oh, here we go. Okay. Penitent. Nothing. Okay. You don't want greater temper? What do you mean?
Here's what's left.
Like keep tempering until I get a greater affix? Oh. Nah, on those gloves, these gloves... Oh, those ones are fine. These gloves are not that good. They're like okay. I'm using them for another build idea, but they're not like that important of things. You got to work the item more to get closer to your best slot sets. You can also reroll your tempo with a scroll. Whoa, what scroll? So, this says that mythic unique items can drop from Varshan, but this also says that mythic uniques can drop from, like, Endariel. Does Endariel have a better chance to drop the items because she's a higher level thing? Not anymore. Everything's just the same everywhere. Oh wait, I'm in Saragar. Wait. Where's my pit spawner? Oh, I'm not in Saragar. Anti-Durant will have a tiny sliver, but it's really a small chance. Okay. So I just got to go kill all of the bosses. Alright, let's do 100. This is season. That mythic prankster sigil. Yeah, I haven't found any of those. I mean, obviously, right? Those are really rare, so. Clever under $20 gifts for white elephant. Are they supposed to be like funny gifts or? You could do an iPod. Found 3? What? I've been farming like crazy. I found none. Whatever. Get away from that guy. What are you looking at? This is Diablo 3 Greater Rifts. Diablo 4 hit runs. My bad. Are we playing chess or not nowadays? Not often. Where are you farming all your sigil powder? Hits or rifts, but the tower is rifts. Hell tides and whispers. I mean, I run a lot of hell tides and stuff. No clue. The tower is greater rift. Now. Of course.
Sanctuary is my canvas.
Sigil powder for Nightmare Dungeons, yeah. Oh yeah, I gotta use those things. That's right. Alright, let's just upgrade our Splendence. That's just gonna be good on everything. I wish I would say how long the pit took at the end of it. I think we had like 9 minutes left. So you should probably go down. You want to do like faster pits. Let's do 85 and see. Is there a good build in this game like Holy Fire Paladin that's minimal clicking? I mean, this one is honestly, if you want minimal clicking, you can see I can just like run like this. This is kind of a like a holy shock, holy fire. So you don't have to keep it up nearly as much as I am. I'm just, you know, going like tiny bit more spam on it, but this works. So this would probably be a really good build for you. Again, we'll make the guide for this very soon. I just want to like really quickly Get my sigils going here.
Impressive. Unfortunately.
So, of course.
Sanctuary is my canvas. Your underestimation.
Oh yeah, I gotta use those things, don't I? Sure. Okay, let's go gamble. Stack up wisdom sigils. 15% experience buff per hour. Basically, elixir into. Oh, that's nice. I don't think I have any of the. I should have done that afterwards, but that's fine. Cooldown reduction. It does have critical strike chance and max life, so if we just roll over the physical resistance, that ring is actually kind of nice. Maybe do that soon. Check this. Fortify. And that's what I wanted to do. Okay, so we still need good gloves.
Hello, hello, Vasily's, hello, shame that. Hello, shining view. Vasily's ghost. I had that
Okay,
in my bag.
lucky, max, vulnerable, overpower, fortify. That'll work. We'll just do more 85s. Was that a lesser evil? I guess so. You know I don't know lore. Belial's the Lord of Lies. That's all I got for you. Lord of Hatred is the new expansion. We're just here to kill demons. That's right. Kind of like a Holy Shock build. This is very much like a Holy... It's more like the Holy Fire build, because honestly in Holy Shock, I feel like you fight a little bit more. In Holy Fire, you're generally not fighting as much.
Another soul for the taking, I see. I will finish what has begun started. In fury.
Disciple skills, bonus to rare nodes. Nice to see the classic Hammerdin. So I'm just gonna get these glyphs up a little bit more, and then I'm gonna shift to that.
Quite the challenge. I've been waiting for a bit of fun.
It's probably better he doesn't have to fight, plan, strategize, navigate, or otherwise engage with this build. Chat. We've seen how that goes. A low skill build is just what he needs.
Alright. Low skill. It is very hard to run around and let everything die. Okay? Thank you very much. I like the paladin. Look, Diablo 4 is not built to be a very hard game, okay? Don't blame me for that. America's team took the day off yesterday. It was not a great day for football. It also knocked me out of the playoffs. I needed Dak to score anything. 15 points, I think I would have won. What the heck? Huh. Paladin gameplay makes you motion sick. Fair enough. What's the lightning zap skill? This is the like wing strikes. A major tribute to Endariel. Wait, what is that? How's my favorite NHL team doing? Good. Stars are doing great this year. Why do you find 50 legendaries? Is this D3? kind of, yes. The game is very D3-esque. Let's, we can be honest about it. Oh man, even worse on the wing strike damage. That's sad. I guess let's do tier 95. You could move to Los Angeles, great weather, and root for the Chargers. I mean, is that really that much different than rooting for the Cowboys? From one disappointment to another.
Your reality is a dream.
Use the tribute to access the under. Oh, that's right. That's the Undercity stuff. That's right. Bears look decent this year. Bears are looking real good. Caleb Williams haters are in shambles, man. But his nails. Eastern Division. Let's go Penguins. Bruins. Honestly, I don't think I've met a Bruins fan in my life. Tons of Caps fans and stuff, but I don't like how they're trying to make the game more like D3. So basically they did this. Here is what it's looked like to me. You can have your own opinions, of course, and maybe it sounds mean, maybe not. I don't think the devs came in with a good, clear picture for what they were going to do with this game. I think it was all over the place, and the game was very messy because of it. And there was a lot of failures, a lot of systems didn't work, they didn't work together. And so they basically just reverted to what they know, and what they know is D3, because a lot of the team that made this is from the D3 team. And so they've just turned it into D3. And you know what? It's better because of it. It's also never going to be great because of it. But it's better than what the original vision or lack of vision was. Because the D4 that they made just was not working.
Do you want to meet darkness and death? I will introduce you.
So it's kind of fun slop, which is what D3 is. It's kind of some fun slop. Okay. Upgrade failed. What? 2 failures? Get out of here with that trash. Oh yeah, Zeus. I feel like I don't understand what any of the mechanics or attributes mean, but find the game easy to play because, well, it's just easy. Yeah, that's kind of how it is. What up, smoking? You don't really have to understand it all, and you can play through a lot of it. Again, if you want to start getting into like hit 100 plus, you're gonna want a little more knowledge. That'll help you a lot. Vanilla D3 was kind of more fun, but the Real Money Auction House ruined it. It's so funny, everybody's opinions on Vanilla D3, because they just are so different. Half the people like Diablo 3 Vanilla, half the people hate Diablo 3 Vanilla. Everybody agrees the Real Money Auction House ruined it, but they also always say, but I did make a lot of money from it. I did make $600 from it. It's very funny. I think the problem was D3 had some nice early like difficulty to it, but the game was also kind of built around the Real Money Auction House in a way. So you just really couldn't advance very well without going and buying a little piece of gear. Left D4 because of crafting. Did they fix it yet? Which part of crafting? They fixed like tempering now. You can choose what you want to temper, which affix. Master working now. You can keep like re-rolling. The biggest like whatever piece now is the sanctify at the end, which can be good or bad, you know. It's pretty streamlined. Yeah. Sure. 80%, 100%. Yeah, for sure, Kevin. Sanctify is basically Pee-wee Valor, except you can't like full brick an item with it, but you can replace an affix, which can kind of brick it, so it's like a half brick. Everything's gonna change with the cube. We'll see. We shall see. It's not about seeing the numbers. Yeah, I mean, this character is doing... I'd have to look exactly, but I wouldn't be surprised if we're hitting 1 trillion damage. Really flexible. Why would he say that? That's a pretty bold thought. Which, again, it's just silly. I think we can take a look. Let me clear out some of this. Options, gameplay. Let's see, I guess. Just crits. It's still showing too many numbers. $100 billion. You saw 1.2 trillion? Okay, there you go. So yeah, we're doing a trillion damage. $680 billion right there. I play this instead of D2R. Well, a couple reasons. One, I play D2R all the time. All the time, you know. Two, I'm the one of the two guide writers for this, and so for Paladin, for Icy Veins, so I have to get all the guides up for the Paladin, which means I need to understand enough about the Paladin so the guides are good. You know, I don't just want to put up a bunch of random slop.
am not finished with you. I will return.
80%, 90%, 100. I don't really love diminish. I kind of think I'm gonna change diminish out for like honed or something. Increased damage to vulnerable could also be nice. Adjudicator, judgment. Thorn, sentinel. Ooh, that's nice. Spirit's actually solid. Increased crit strike damage. And then critical strikes increase the damage an enemy takes from you. Up to 15%. Maybe I should have Spirit. Okay. Ushars and claim the Twitch shop got all linked but didn't get the item in game. Did I miss something? There's one more thing you have to do to like claim it in the game, I think. I don't know what that is exactly, but I feel like I remember that being a thing where you have to go do one more thing for claiming. Sorry, I'm a little worthless.
What's left, you ask?
Okay.
Well,
I think
wear the stars around your neck.
we should. Let me grab out items with socketed stuff to unsocket them. While I review my Twitch recap, probably give it a look-see. Royal and Royal. Salvage all gems.
Here you are.
Sapphire, Ruby, Topaz. Darn. Guess that one's good, but okay. Fine enough. Offer to the additional legendaries and a unique from Andario's Horde at attunement rank 1. Guarantees Andario's spawn at the end. Meh. Let's go craft some sigils. Heraldic Strong Room, solid. Hidden Armory. What's that one? Is Hidden Armory good? Treasure Breach. Let's go, baby. It's orange. It's kind of my thoughts. It's orange. Okay. All right. We're going to make a couple guides here because I got to make some guides for the guides thing. Perfect. Already playing D4 because we got to make guides. I'm a guide writer. What's up, YouTube? Mitch Llama here, and today I'm going to tell you how to find your obsidite in Diablo 4. Now, this may be you because this was me as well, where I'm sitting here and I'm trying to masterwork all my items and I run out of obsidite, right? This rare crafting material. And I'm like, oh man, I gotta go get some more of this stuff. And it's really, really annoying because you're constantly just like, upgrade, upgrade, and you just need more of it and whatever. And they have actually changed and nerfed getting this overall. So now there's really only a couple of places that you're going to care about getting this. So the first place, before you used to really do a lot of like Infernal Hordes. These are still okay. You can still get a few hundred every Infernal Horde, but when you consider the fact that it takes like 10 to 15 minutes really to get through an Infernal Horde, getting a couple hundred isn't that great, especially when you can see even for like a single upgrade at the very end and to reroll your current Masterwork affix is just like costing 200, right? So pretty annoying right there. Now, the second piece, and what you want to go do is you want to go to your nightmare dungeons. Let me actually get here right here. So you want to purely re-roll your nightmare sigils. You're going to go to the occultist and you're going to craft sigils, and you'll craft as many as you can. And then anything that is not whatever these are, you'll junk the keys, and then you'll just re-roll the keys. And you can just keep doing this over and over and over again. Additionally, going around Hell Tides is pretty good. Whispers is also good for getting the Nightmare sigil right there, the sigil powder, and Nightmare sigils. So I like to just run around Hell Tides a bunch, kill a bunch of stuff, open a bunch of chests, and then I come back and I can usually craft like 20 of these after doing that for 20, 30 minutes, which is a great way to do it. But getting the Obsidite, there are two that you want. You want Treasure Breach, and you want Herodric Storeroom. The Herodric Storeroom is going to have kind of a treasure chest room right there. You can go in and get an okay amount. I want to say I got like 1.5k doing this the last time, 2k, kind of around there. So usually you get like a couple thousand Obsidite, which is enough, maybe like 2,500 even, which is enough to do like 2 items for it. But the real money maker, the real guy that you want to go after is this Treasure Breach. These are the creme de la creme. Treasure Breaches are just going to have tons of goblins in them, and every goblin is going to drop like 1,000 of it, or a majority of the goblins will. And at the end of each Treasure Breach, I found between about 7,000 to 10,000 Obsidite for a single Treasure Breach. They are absolutely busted. I feel like they just kind of forgot to like nerf it here or something, because they nerfed it in all the other spots. This is so good. So this is where you want to go. Find the Treasure Breaches. Again, the storerooms are also good, but if you can get a couple Treasure Breaches, you can masterwork all of your gear easily. You can re-roll it as well. Both of these are insanely good, but Treasure Breach is the best. So hopefully that helps you out, and you can now go forth and masterwork all of your gear. And remember, when you're masterworking, you'll level it up to the quality 25, and then you can keep rolling to get this affix, whatever you would like. And I believe you can also masterwork a greater affix. So this is where it helps to have a lot of Obsidite, because you can continue to roll this over and over again to try and hit a greater affix for it. I believe that's the case, if I'm not mistaken. So anyways, I hope that this helps. Don't forget to like and subscribe to YouTube. I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace. All right, that hits our Obsidite and masterworking. Obdusite. I'm calling it Obsidite. People can yell at me. Yeah, a little bit loose cartridge. Of course I did, Binary. I knew you would go there in a heartbeat. You know, now that I think about it, this is for every 5 willpower, wing attacks deal increased damage, and this is only plus damage. So I actually don't want these plus damage nodes. I do want armor. That one's not bad. That one's fine. These ones I do want.
High binary.
I wonder if it's worth like grabbing that, just because 27 willpower is a lot of willpower. High binary. Armor, vuln. See, like here, I should also not be in these two currently. Armor. What's over here? 40% damage. 10% damage. Do I want to try and work into that? I think it's better to not still. Armor will take... plus, yeah, so this is just plus vulnerable damage. And 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4. That hits. Just nah. That's fine. Okay, damage. Block chance is good. Block chance is good. Damage. That's high enough. Okay, so now we have this, which is for every 5 willpower, arbitering attacks deal 25% increased damage. So I just want to slap willpower down in here. Willpower. Is there any more easy willpower to get? It's not in range. Doesn't look like it. A couple more like that. That one doesn't have anything with that. This one is 10.7. This one's 14.9 for each strength. So we can grab. It's got to be good strength notes. Here we go. Strength. I guess that's all we have on that one. You said storeroom instead of strong room? Whatever. Willpower, we got that. And whatever, we'll just do int here. Okay. All right. Next video, we'll do a full break list, whatever thing. Okay. Let us sure. Talk through it. What's up, YouTube? Mitch Llama here, and today I'm going to guide you guys through the Arbiter Disciple. Now, this is one of the best builds, I would say. This is like your S tier of build, probably, that Diablo 4 has. It is extremely strong, and it plays well for people that want to be a little bit more passive. You can run around and just have your tentacles kind of doing all of the stuff. So currently I've cleared tier 101 of the pit with this build. It can go higher. I'm going to switch over to this. It can go higher. I think I could clear 105 or 106 right now with it if I wanted. It would take, I'd probably push, but I cleared 101 with about 10 minutes left. So plenty of time on that. And I cleared it a while ago before I got some better upgrades. So let's dive in and talk a little bit about the build. We'll start with the skill tree, and then we'll go from there. So with the skill tree, the build is as follows. Just 1 point and honestly anything up here. I'm not using any generators in this build, so just 1 point to go forward. Over here, I'm not using any core skills either. I am simply getting on guard and riposte. This just gives the armor and block chance, which we do want, and I'll explain that a little bit later. For our auras, we are using all 3 auras. So 1 point in all 3. If you want to put more points into Defiance, you can. This can be kind of a place for extra points, as it does give you more armor and resistance. And more armor is more damage on this build. So that's why we really like that. For the mods, we're going to enhance Fanaticism and Rite of Vengeance. This is just to increase critical strike damage, which is nice. Enhance Defiance and Rite of Prayer. This heals you and gets you stacks of Resolve. And then Enhance Holy Light and Rite of Submission. This gives you Stunning, which gives crowd control, so we can take advantage of crowd control nodes. We also have Longevity for increased healing, and then Renewal for blocking fortifies you, just so you can have that fortify as well. You can see my life is 8,500, and I have 8,500 fortify as well. So getting a lot of that through those. Coming down into here, I have a point in Aegis, and then we go up to Stay Resolute. This allows gaining or spending Resolve, has a chance to trigger a free Aegis, and it grants maximum stacks of Resolve, which is what we really want. We want to be able to keep granting max stats of Resolve, as Resolve increases your damage reduction, makes you very tanky. So you can, of course, cast it yourself, but then you'll be just proccing it a lot anyways, because you're going to be gaining Resolve. We also have Falling Star, so we have a point over here. This is nice for mobility, and it can put you into your Arbiter form, which you want. And then Falling Star has an additional charge with Free Fall, is just nice. Though, honestly, if you wanted, you could maybe, like, do something else a little bit. But the main thing is you really just want to be able to cast it, right? Over here, Best Offense for increased damage while fortified. Of course, mixing well with our fortification. And critical damage, strike damage while fortified. Down here, I have Crack in the Armor for increased damage to vulnerable enemies. In Arbiter form, everything is going to be vulnerable near us. So this is just going to improve that. And then there is cooldown reduction. I got rid of it because I have so much cooldown reduction on everything I don't need anymore. But High Charity can be nice if you do feel like you need a little bit more cooldown reduction to make sure you can stay perma Arbiter form. We have Righteousness for increased holy damage because that's the damage we're doing. 1 point there, and then Dizzying Blow for increased damage to crowd control enemies, which we talked about before. We are now crowd controlling them with the Holy Light, right? Having this Rite of Submission. Additionally, we have all of these maxed out. This is just all for crit strike and crit damage, and we want all of those because we're going to be doing a lot of critting in this build. We have Shining Armor. This is just for the unique weapons and shields to gain damage and armor and stuff, which we do have. And then Giant Slayer for increased damage to elites and to healthy enemies. Both very good. And then Master Craftwork for your armor is increased by 150% chance of your shield blocks chance. And again, I'm going to show you very soon why armor is absolutely busted. I have a point in Arbiter of Justice, and then we want to get Seraph's Wings, which grants us move speed, wing strike damage, and makes nearby enemies vulnerable. Like we talked about before, we want all of that for the vulnerable damage. And then we have Exaltation, which increases our damage, and wing strikes strike 1 additional time. So all of that gives us a nice Arbiter form, right, that allows us to move around in this Arbiter form for a long time. And if you look, you can see this has a 49.9 second cooldown, but I can be an Arbiter for 46 seconds. And then, of course, I can also just be an Arbiter over here as well every 6 seconds. And all of this is made possible for the additional stuff through our Disciple Oath, which allows us to, casting a Disciple skill, grants Arbiter, right? So if you cast a Disciple skill with the cooldown, we get Arbiter, and Falling Star is a Disciple skill. So that works for us. We can just cast that. And then additionally, casting it also does it with the Arbiter of Justice, because that works too. And so we can infinitely perma-stay in Arbiter form. It also gives us wing strikes to gain Disciple skill benefits, and your Disciple skills deal increased damage in Arbiter form. So just really nice for the build. If we want to take a look at the paragon, Here are the boards that I have. So we have our starter board, of course. Castle is the most broken board. This is the first board for every single paladin guaranteed. It is the most broken thing ever, and it kind of is so broken that I don't think using a two-handed weapon is ever going to be the play, because it's just way too strong to have a shield and have that bonus armor. So you can see sitting in town here, we've got 1,089% armor bonus, and I can have even more bonus. And remember, there's all of the extra things that, like, when I'm out there and hitting stuff and doing stuff, my armor bonus is going to go up even higher. So it gets up to like 1,600% multiplier damage. This is ridiculous. This node is absolutely brokenly ridiculous. You want armor. Armor is so important. You should be pushing armor on all of your gear, which I haven't even done yet. But like, you want to get armor on like all of your gear, because all armor is just more damage, which you can see right here with the castle. So I'm going up and I'm grabbing any nodes that are like 6% armor, 1.5% armor, right? Every armor node that I can find, I'm doing. And we can dive a little bit into the paragon boards, but we'll talk about those ones first. The next board that I've picked up is Divinity. This is just when in Arbiter form, you deal increased damage to vulnerable enemies. Plain and simple. And the ordering of this isn't perfect, by the way. I should probably like rearrange my boards. This is kind of how I built them as I went, but it's good enough. I also have Relentless, which while moving, you deal increased damage and have cooldown reduction. So again, more cooldown reduction. That's making us able to stay in Arbiter form forever. And then the last board I have is Shield Bearer. And this is because we have 110% of your block chance, and I have 100% block chance. So my current bonus is 110%, right? Pretty simple. So just a nice way, because I have 100% block chance. So just a nice way to get a bunch of damage added in right there with another 110% bonus. The glyphs I'm currently using are Arbiter, which just increases the Arbiter wing attack damage, which is fantastic. I haven't leveled my glyphs up to 100 yet, by the way. They're still kind of weak, but like they're okay. Resplendence, granting bonus damage to all the magic nodes. And then also after casting an aura skill, the active cooldown of every non-aura skill is reduced by 2 seconds, which is just helpful again. Apostle, for every 5 strength, your disciple skills deal more damage. Pretty plain and simple. Canny, which is for every 5 intelligence, your non-physical damage gets increased right there. And then Diminish, which is just bonus to all the rare nodes, and then reduce damage from vulnerable enemies. And again, everything is vulnerable. And then, of course, the increased damage to vulnerable enemies. So these are the 5 that I have right now. I do think using Spirit would actually be decent, getting the boost to the critical strike damage, because we do crit a lot. So I think Spirit could be replaced on a couple. You could have Challenger if you want to throw a bunch of nodes in there. Like, you could have Exploit. There's some other glyphs. I don't think the glyphs are 100% perfect, but they're good enough. All of these glyphs are still very strong. So really what I'm looking for when I'm going through in these nodes is just armor everywhere, right? Everywhere I can pick up armor. Damage to the crowd-controlled enemies is nice. I'm just hitting up a lot of these. Physical damage doesn't actually help, but I just have to path through here for this because this is how I worked it. I could, maybe go up through that way instead, but I would still, maybe want that. 1, 2, 3, 4, so like, I could maybe take off these and path up through here and be slightly more optimal. Again, is what it is. Obviously with this, I've got my Resplendence here, so I'm just getting all of these nice blue nodes for, big vulnerable damage and stuff. Again, more armor, more armor. We're just looking for armor in every place that we can get it. More armor. Yeah, you can see pretty easily how we're pathing through and getting stuff. Additionally, we also like the block chance that we have over here to get to that 100% and stuff. So that's kind of our paragon nodes and how that all works. I will have a written guide as well on Icy Veins here. I'll link to it below that you can go through and look very in depth at all of that, right? Let's take a look. Mercenary is whatever. For the divine gifts, I've got lies, squalor, screams, and sin. I would say you could, if you want, change out pain and squalor. These are two that, like, yeah, if you want to go ahead and shift them, you can. These ones are like maybe. But otherwise, these are the ones that I'm working right here. The fortify is really nice. And then you gain an extra upgrade in the pit. Maggots dropping experience globes is just really, really nice. So while you want to level, it's just good experience. You get increased resistance from screams right there. And then you gain increased armor for sin, which again, increased armor is just broken. So that's how I'm running those. And then for my character, here we can take a look at my stats. 2,860 strength, 60,000 armor, which again, I want to get this up to like 75,000. My resistances are pretty good. They're all about 72% right there, which isn't bad. Crit strike chance is 36.7, but of course this goes up as we're, running around doing stuff in an arbiter form. Crit damage there. Overpower, I don't believe really works with this build, so you can ignore it. Vulnerable damage, pretty high. All damage, pretty decent. Yeah. And then for our gear, here's what we're using. So I have a Shaco because I found a Shaco. If you don't have a Shaco, don't worry. Like, you can just, there's some really nice, and again, I'll have it in the guide that I'll put up for you guys. Let me see if I can find the list. Okay. Yeah. So here's my little like list of aspects. I know I didn't like write down what they actually are. But essentially you have aspect of ascension can deal 120 damage right there. You have aspect of celestial strife, which is 125% vulnerable damage. Holy damage just comes from the aspect of holy punishment, so that goes 70 there. There's disciple damage from aspect of Ligera's sovereignty, which is 60%. Arbiter wings at 240% is on this one right here. So Tyrael's jurisdiction, you really want to run that one. And then aspect of utmost glory is 35%, but then when everything's weakened, it's doubled and everything's going to be weakened around us. So this is actually like 70%. There's also, if you're in arbiter form, you gain res. Disciple skills cause weaken. We don't need that one really. Arbiter evade cooldown reduce. That's not for this. There is increased armor. So this is just gain up to 124% armor based on your block chance, which again, we have 100% block chance. So that's really nice for more armor. And then there's one that's just increased armor by 46%. I don't think I have that one on anything now. So I'll have the full list of those, but essentially you want to be looking for armor on gear, right? That's like massive armor on gear. You want to look for stats, get your strength, of course, critical chance, critical strike damage, critical strike chance, and then like max life can be nice as well. And some cooldown reduction is useful. Again, I have tons from Shaco right here. I also have Tyrael's Might. This one is like not as necessary either. This is a nice defensive armor, but I would say you can just run like a nice chesty, or you can run, what's the name of that one mythic? The one that gives +1 all passives. Name is escaping me. Let's go to the crafter. Mythic uniques. Shroud of False Death. So Shroud of False Death is probably going to be like the best armor for this. But if you don't get Shroud of False Death, then like that's fine, right? It's rare to get, right? So you can just use any legendary armor with, again, the same thing of you just really want tons of armor on it, right? Get your armor, get your resistance, or get your life, get your strength. Like that's probably the main three things I'd be looking for. And then you can go from there. My gloves are absolute garbage. Don't even look at them. But, you know, basically you want armor and strength. Ignore these gloves. I literally haven't found gloves that I want, which is why these aren't sanctified or anything. They're just trash. For here, again, we're looking at armor. We're looking at life. And then we'll talk a little bit about like what we're imprinting on them and stuff. For the boots, same idea. You do want move speed as well. Move speed is just really nice to have. So you can see I've got move speed and move speed doubled up right there. And then again, life, strength. I would like armor, but I don't have enough armor in this build. This unique is pretty strong for this build. Obviously, I didn't get a great roll on it. I've had a few of them. They've all been bad rolls. But you really would love this to be a high percent, but any works. So you definitely want to get this if you can. It has the chance for Arbiter to deal double damage. So you can see we have it up at 91.6% chance, which is just fantastic. That's basically all the time we're dealing double damage. We also get more Giant Slayer and some stats and life on it. But the big thing, of course, is Arbiter form increases aura potency by 30% and wing strike damage by 200 to 400% multiplied. That's just super good. This is a wing strikes build. So the point is we run around and our wings just strike everything and just absolutely murder, which is just great. For rings, I'm really just wanting crit strike and critical strike damage and then, you know, strength, right? The lucky hits like whatever. So this is kind of a three of 4 ring, but it's got nice critical strike damage, greater affix, and nice strength. And then I rolled to get critical strike chance. So pretty decent overall right there. This ring as well, similar idea. This one's got critical strike chance, and then we got max life strength and faith on kill. And the faith on kill is actually useful for this because it means I don't have to be running any sort of generator for that. So that one is actually helpful. But, you know, if you want to, you can always run a generator. You can run advance, and then you can make advance a disciple skill with an 8-second cooldown, and then that'll be lowered greatly with all your cooldown reduction and all the stuff that drops the cooldowns on it. And so you can just like dash through and get back your stuff very quickly. And then for your shield, Hawes is just fantastic. Again, armor, just armor and block chance, right? That's like what this is. And so here you can see I have my 1038 armor, you know, because I also hit on that, which is really nice with my Sanctify, or with my greater affix for masterworking. And so that was just really nice. But just, it's fantastic, right? Because you can also see, and I got a bad roll on this, gain 20 to 50% increased strength, resistance, armor, and retribution chance. So the unique affix of it is just amazing. Massive armor and strength boost, which is a massive damage boost, which again, this plus castle is just godlike, just absolutely insane. So that is all of the gear. Using an ancestral over a basic item is not always necessary. Again, an ancestral item, the only thing is that you're getting, you know, like an additional, right, boost. So here, like my strength is boosted, my maximum life is boosted. You know, that roll is higher than normal. But, you know, for instance, I have let me find. I have a 4, you know, 4 greater affix gloves right here. But they're like, I mean, they're better than what I'm actually wearing. If we're going to be honest, what I'm wearing is garbage. But they're still like not great. Like physical resistance, I'd probably want to roll out of that. Vulnerable damage is fine. Max life is fine. Lucky hit is like fine. But I don't have any critical strike chance. I don't have any critical strike damage. I don't have any strength on it. So I'm kind of missing like the big things that I want. So yes, it's good in that I've hit 4 greater affixes, but it's not like my favorite 4 greater affixes, you know? So again, what I'm currently wearing is still probably just worse than this, if we're going to be honest. And so I should just like up this, but I'm really just waiting till I find like a glove I really like. And that's why I haven't like upgraded or done anything there. Yeah. So let me try and think what else. Mercenary I don't think really matters that much. You know, I'm running mercenary with ground slam and bastion down through inspiration. So you know, just whatever there. But like he's fine. And then what am I missing? Let me pull up my guide really fast. This is my Blessed Hammer leveling guide, but at least gives some sense. The oath, the gear, gems. Oh yeah, gems and runes. So I'm using Mani Gar right here, which is just cast 2 mobility skills, gain critical strike chance for 5 seconds up to 25%, and Falling Star is a mobility skill, and so basically I just like constantly cast Falling Star, and then I get all of this critical strike chance, right? Nice and easy. And then I'm using Seer Ohm, which invokes the Barbarian's Warcry skill to increase my damage. So pretty simple, and that is from cast 5 skills, then become exhausted, and I cast skills very often again because I'm using Falling Star just very quickly. Additionally, I also use Holy Light, Fanaticism, and Defiance, just like bang, 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 bang. I use those really fast. So I've got those. For your gems, if you want, you can just use rubies in all of your armors. Use your emerald in your weapon for the critical strike damage, and then diamonds in your jewelry for resistance. So pretty simple with all of those. Yeah, I think that kind of covers most of it. Lastly, I guess we'll just go out to like a Helltide here and show you guys how it plays. So we'll do a quick little showcase of it. It's very strong. Again, you know, it's clearing pit 100, so and beyond. So you can really do anything you want with it. And again, it kind of just moves itself along. I just have, you know, some of the higher damage. It does deal over 1 trillion damage. But, you know, I don't even have to constantly be casting everything. Like, I get a little bit of increased crit strike chance, like we talked about, when I am casting, like, the Falling Star over and over again. But if you want, you can really just run with the build, and everything will just blow up. The damage is insanely high for this build. So, yeah, it's very strong. Like I say, this is probably one of the best, if not, it's not the best. It's one of the best builds, though, that are in the game, for sure. Like and I think Castle is going to make a lot of Paladin builds some of the best in the game, but this kind of even beats out a lot of the other ones. So yeah, just big damage. Everything die, nice and easy. And then, you know, again, when you get into like pit and stuff, you're gonna kind of do more. I like to have my Arbiter ultimate down here. You don't have to use this if you don't want. Again, using like the Disciple Advance also totally works. But you know, you don't need to use that. I just like the Arbiter because it's just nice. Just like an easy way to get in form for a long time. But bouncing around with just gaining, you know, Arbiter form from casting my Disciple skills also works super easy. So you can just do that. So yeah, it's very strong. This is the Arbiter Wing Strikes that are doing all of that damage. Everything around me is vulnerable. It's all weakened. And so all I have to do is just, you know, move around and everything will die. So anyways, that is the Arbiter Disciple. Again, right now, I mean, I'm Paragon 212. I'd say I can do about hit 106 or so with it. If I upgrade my gloves. Oh, did I talk about my weapon? I don't think I did. Why am I using heralds? What? No wonder my damage is so bad. I mean, it's not like so bad. What happened? That's supposed to be Griswold's Opus. What? How long has that been on there? That's funny. Sure. Where's my other Griswolds? That's actually really funny. I'm glad I did this guide so I could see that. Where did it go? Did I trash it? Oh my god, I think I trashed it. Okay. That's funny. Alright, well, we'll unsocket this.
You lose a little, master.
And we'll add sockets to this. Cool. So the weapon, you do not want to use Herald's Morningstar. This is for Blessed Hammer. You want to use Griswold's Opus. I was wondering why my damage and some things were like looking a little weaker. You want to use Griswold's Opus. And the big reason, I haven't even done anything to this yet, so I have to still, you know, improve it and masterwork it and everything. We can just do that now. And max life. Hit it again. +7 to break the line. I probably want strength. 4 to heavyweight. 7 break the line. Alright, there we go. 187 strength. Perfect. So yeah. So anyways, that's just really funny. You want to use Griswold's Opus. It has strength and life. It has break the line and heavyweights, which is nice. But the big thing is it has dealing direct damage, grants a multiplier of increased critical strike damage for each enemy hit within 10 seconds, up to 88%. For me, up to 100% there. And then at maximum, you gain critical strikes have up to a 50% chance to deal double damage. So your critical strikes literally get to deal double damage by having this on. Fantastic, right? So that's really good. There's also, if you want to use like a weapon that, you know, if you didn't have that, you could use something like this, right? So I rolled like damage and vulnerable damage, strength and life on this guy. And then, you know, I've imprinted casting a skill grants Arbiter form. This is also really nice damage here, but the Griswold's Opus is going to be a little bit nicer because, again, we are just really critting a lot, you know, in this build. And so, you know, this is at 34 right now. Should be even higher. I think I really feel like I had a set of gloves that I've put somewhere that I rolled some critical strike on. But we have around 50% critical strike chance, and so this is very helpful for that. So anyways, that's the build. Hopefully you guys enjoy it. Like I say, there'll be a written guide down below. Don't forget to like and subscribe to YouTube. I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace. Dude, I can't believe I was a jabroni walking around with the Herald's Morningstar. I really wondered why my damage was so bad. That's hysterical.
See some steel you need.
That's actually a nice ring. Damage, crit strike damage, strength. So like this is one, you know, like then you roll critical strike chance on that, and that's pretty good. Wow. I am a silly, silly man.
Hello, shame that. Well, hello, shining future.
Not a Vasili's ghost.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Okay. So one thing I do want to look at. So my block chance, I think it'll just max at 100%, right? So I can't go over, and I think I've gone over. So I need to actually reduce my block chance, I think, in my nodes. Because if I do that, no, it's at 93%. Okay. So this is at 95, 100. So now any further points would be wasted. Okay, so we don't need to get that one. Sure. Actually, let's put int up top here. For every int node. Is there no int nodes that are easy? Yeesh. There's gotta be a... There is not. Alright, we'll grab that then. Or actually, where's the vulnerable damage? There's a node. Where'd the vulnerable damage nodes go? They're like in the middle somewhere. Oh, total armor. Yo. Let's go. I didn't realize I was missing total armor nodes. Okay. So, let's overwrite. Now, I want to shift into this Hammerdin. So let's do a respec into an evade Hammerdin. Refund all. Right. Well, let me see. I'm going to want Castle, obviously, and I'm going to want Arbiter. I do want Relentless as well. Actually, I might keep all of the same boards. Yeah, the boards might not change, actually, for this. Except I might add some movement speed or something. Okay, so let's... Okay, let's refund all here. So... we can run like that. So we're going to go max blessed hammer, enhanced hammer, and it's a disciple skill and it follows us around. Go there, go there. Core skills still increase damage. We'll grab Defiance. I wonder if I grab all of them still. We'll come back to that. We'll come back to that. Okay, we do want rally with that. I don't know if we need any of that. Surround yourself with shields of light, taunting, and gaining a 100% block chance for 4 seconds. Wait, do I need any block chance then? Dude, I might not need any block chance. Right? Because that's going to give us a 100% block chance for 4 seconds, which then should give us our damage. So then I don't think we even need anything. Okay, we'll deal increased damage. We'll have the cooldown reduction, increased holy damage. We'll hold off on that for now. There. Giant Slayer. Arbiter and I guess I don't need exaltation. This is just damage bonus. Right? So that's just like more damage because we're not playing for the wing strike. I mean, the wing strikes still do good damage though, so it's kind of hard to say. Okay, we have 4 points left. Let's take a look at the skills that we're using. So let's see. So we're using Blessed Hammer. Blessed Hammer. Okay. Or go there. And sure. Honestly, it still probably makes sense to just keep the 3 auras and Aegis, right? I mean, like, consecration's also not bad, but I guess I need rally. Okay. So with that, yeah, we'll go fanaticism there. That has some healing, but maybe not as big of a deal. It does have the stun potential, but we're not really playing through all the stun because we've got points elsewhere. Maybe just blocking restores faith. Yeah, you can stack auras. Otherwise, we're pulling out 2 points from maybe like this. It's only plus. Or from this. Okay, we'll run triple aura. Okay. Over here, I guess it helps because there's all these damage to crowd controlled nodes. So it is helpful to have that. It's feeling nice. Disciple damage, disciple skills, do additional damage. Non-physical damage, that works. Yeah, that one totally works. Ooh, that might actually be really good. So this one, I probably don't care as much about. Well, that does have you deal 3% increased damage up to there, but it's just got the wing strike damage. So I'd probably shift Arbiter. I don't have another good node right now, but that'd be the one to shift. Still going to be Disciple. Okay, let's take a look at our gear now. So we want to run this and that. Let me look at the stuff I have. That's a good example. Herald's Morning Star. Okay, so we need to unsocket Griswold's for Heralds, plus the Blessed Hammer. Cooldown reduction gloves with critical strike damage. Honestly, these are better than the ones I had on before. Why have I not just been using these over this trash? Okay. Sure. What have I been doing? Literally just been sitting on better gloves. These are garbage. Yeah, I mean, I think we're just using this still. This, let's go. Oh, big thing. Everything's sanctified, so I can't redo the stuff. Okay, that's fine.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Tempering. 191 strength. Maybe I should put Arbiter duration instead of move speed. Or is there a cooldown reduction? Lucky hit, Fortify Thorn, Zenith, Rally duration. Falling Star, cooldown reduction, Evade. That's fine. Okay. So that's all fine because this increased vulnerable damage. That's good. That's good. That's good. Rings I've got. Well, let's see. Do I want this at all? Movement speed. No. Man, that's actually really nice. Let me look if I have anything that I care about anywhere that I want. Judicator skills, overpower. It's actually really nice. And another Haas, 42%. Okay, Ring of the Starless Skies. So this has... This is probably used. How'd I get the mats for Mythics? I don't know, I just been like playing. I don't have any good advices. Okay, let's take a look at these. These are okay. It's whatever. It's whatever. Okay. I have another really good ring, I think. That's okay. That's fine. Where did it go? I thought I had another ring with like core skills. Is it on? No. I definitely had another ring with core skills. Did I somehow trash it accidentally? Wait, where's the search? Oh, core. Ah, okay, just the Argent, I guess, maybe? Wait, where is the core skills on this? Oh, Clamor core. Core skills. Wow. That's really crazy. I thought I had something better. Okay. Oh, well, that's fine. Arbiter's evade triggers random equip. Yeah, we'll just use these two. Equip core skill every 2 meters traveled. Core skills will increase damage during and after. Oops. So I lose that holy damage. Critical strikes with core skills increase your attack speed for 5 seconds. I mean, that's actually really a nice ring. It's actually a really good ring. But I need that one. So I guess the question is, do I swap that for this? 4 to core skills. What is better? What is better? This has much higher critical strike chance, but the other one has critical strike damage as well. Spending your primary resource reduces the resource cost of your skills and increases your damage by 10 up to... So you get a 50% damage multiplier. But the other one has holy damage increased by 66%. And critical strike damage, lower critical strike, plus to strength, and critical strikes with core skills increase your attack speed. Which maybe I don't need attack speed. Okay. I think we're gonna hold like this. Let's go unsocket really fast, everything. There may actually be a better amulet for me. Do I have any chance for Arbiter to deal double damage somewhere else? Don't think so. That's judgment. Yeah, I guess not. Okay. Oh, the holy punishment is good, but holy punishment is only going to give like 60%, whereas this is going to give 123%. So I think this is a better affix for us here. I may be able to drop off of Tyrael's Might, honestly. Though it does give me Warcry. But I could put Serum into something else if I wanted. Okay. Anyways, let's take a look. I think I have everything for this build set. If I'm not mistaken. Let's go to like a tier 80 first. I have a lot of cooldown reduction. This better like work. Not too shabby. Do they still recommend 4,000 toughness? I've got 550,000 toughness, so I don't know what the recommended T4 toughness is. I mean, honestly, it mops up pretty well. I should maybe... Do I have the, like, using a mobility skill gives you Arbiter form? Like bonus crit or whatever. Move.
Thanks for all the great content. Love that this feels now like D2 now.
Of course. Thank you. Yeah, sure. Yeah, whatever. I'll go here. Thank you, Brian. Yeah, I'll do GDQ again one day.
It is done.
The loot's so ridiculous. Totally like D2, can't even tell them apart. I know, right? I'm like, wait a second, what game am I playing again? Alright, let me put away the... Okay, can save that. Five to Zeal. Good enough.
My hammer sings on your return.
No, there are some gloves right there. Yeah, those gloves are pretty decent. We just got to re-roll. Was that them? No. Where did I put them? Right there? No, those are trash. Where did I put them? There they are. Change out the cold res to crit chance. That's pretty good. Okay, let me see. What's my cooldown reduction and really fast? Increased cooldown, increased damage to vulnerable. Block chance. Yeah, that's that one. Okay. Where's the thing that does for the movement? Is that a... It might be one of these. Or like every time you use a mobility skill, your crit chance increases. Is that an aspect? That's an aspect. I don't have that. Okay, let's try tier 90. See how it does. Nah, it's not a utility aspect. It's way too good. It's like an offensive one for sure. Oh, I thought I died, but we're good. Okay, so 90. Getting there. Honestly, we need to be a little bit tankier. Maybe I do want to run a little bit more damage reduction on crit strike and stuff. Oh, you're right. It's from my runes. Okay, so I do need to run Falling Star. So in that case, we won't run ultimate. We'll run... That's right. Thank you much. Dude, baby Lilith is being the cutest kid ever now. I mean, she already was before. But lately she starts pretending to do like mommy's voice. So she was jumping off the bed. And then she was saying, "Are you okay, Wilwith? Are you okay, baby Wilwith?" And then she turns around, she goes, "Mama, Mama say, are you okay, baby Wilwith?" And she just does this hilarious voice. And Moogirl's like, "That's not what I sound like." And today she was saying, "Wilwith, if you hit your sister, you go to timeout. No widow people. Baby Wilwith." Mama say. So funny. Absolutely cracks me up, man. Yeah, it doesn't seem quite as strong as the Disciple build. It's like different than it. But Disciple is clearing pit 100 in about this time. And this is pit 90. So a little bit weaker, but uh-oh. But it's still good. Like, ooh, failure. Yeah, I did not like it, Liggle. Okay. So I need to change out. I need Falling Star. Where am I getting the points for Falling Star? Man, where do I get the points from? Probably those two, and I need one more point. I need one more point. No, no, no. Okay. Could do a different rune like Igni. True, we could just remove that piece. Maybe that's better. Let's go look at...
See some steel you need? What's still got some good in it?
Look at our runes. Spend 5% of your max resource. That's weak. What's the one that just automatically gains? Cast a non-channeled core skill. I mean, that would be okay. But there's the one that just gains it every, like, this one, Igni. Yeah, you were smart. You said it. Ooh, box also not bad. Travel 5 meters. Cast a skill with the cooldown. Ooh, I also do that a ton. That might be even better, actually. You'll back...
Moo.
Your next attack causes your hits to be a guaranteed crit strike and overpower. Tagger, thank you. Okay, so stores cast a non-basic skill to gain it. That's good. You'll cast a skill with the cooldown for 50. Or travel 5 meters. I'll go Igni.
My hammer sings on your return.
There's a faucet.
We are for.
Well, let me go check if I left the faucet on. Oh, strength. Nice. Pretty good. You think the game sounds like a faucet? Oh, I hear it. It's just like
Wouldn't mind the rest.
All right, so let's try. Wait, why did that take me to Kyovashad? Maybe the shower cartridge is leaking. Not funny. Let's try the 100. Let's see if we can do it. And before I go in, let's take out of this. And... where did I take those points from? Here. No. One was there. Oh my god, where did I steal those points from before? Oh, here. That's fine. I don't even know.
Moo.
Has hell frozen over? Are you really playing Diablo 4?
4? Two. I'll just go there, I guess. We'll go there. That says plus. We'll go there. All right, let's give it a try. Oh wait, yeah, no, we're good, we're good. Definitely not as tanky on this build for some reason. I wonder what's changed that made us less tanky. Okay, so this seems about where this build is capping right now on a first, you know, go of it, essentially. A little bit weak. Do you want lunch since you already ate a PB&J? I mean, I would do some lunch, probably. Maybe like a piece of fruit, apple. Any vegetables, maybe. Okay. Yeah, so I don't think we'll be able to beat 100. But 95, 96, 97, somewhere in there. Seems like a good spot for this build. But yeah, it's just a little hard at 100. I mean, it's not bad, Kuno. It's not great, but it's not bad. Make sure like the nodes all make sense of everything that we're running. Yeah, I guess the big one is just the wing strike damage. It's the one thing that we really don't care about as much on this build, so I would take off of.
Moo.
Is it worth it to pre-order to get the pally?
You know, I feel like that is personal preference. A little bit. Should I do more cooldown reduction? How much cooldown reduction? Like, I like the Paladin. I think the Paladin's very fun. But it's hard, you know, to say, like, I think it's a little expensive. 62%. It's pretty good. You know. But the expansion does seem like it's going to have a lot.
/D4 has
So,
better itemization than D2/JK. Have fun.
You know? Thank you so much. Sure, I'll just go with the damage notes. Okay. I would say if you know you'll buy the expansion anyway, why not pre-order unless you want to wait to find the discount? Yeah, I mean, if you're going to buy it, then this is a fun one to do, and it's fine. If you're thinking, will this get me back into D4 because I didn't like it before? I mean, like, I'm enjoying the Paladin somewhat, so, you know, that's nice. Okay, let's talk about the Blessed Hammer Evade Paladin. What's up, YouTube? Mr. Llama here, and today I'm going to talk to you about the Blessed Hammer Evade Paladin. Now, this is another take on the Arbiter form. It is not the best Arbiter form. The Wing Strike seems to be a little bit better, but that being said, it's still S tier. We're still clearing like pit level 95, 96, 97-ish with it right now, which is still good. Whereas the Arbiter form with the Wing Strikes is like pit 105, 106, 107. So, you know, a little bit of a difference, but still very fun. And again, you get to play Blessed Hammer, which is just a blast. So first I'll show a little bit of this character and how it functions. And then we will dive into all of the pieces. I will have a guide down below as well. I have a leveling guide for Blessed Hammer Disciple, and then we're going to have this guide as well. Or an endgame guide as well, I should say. So the way that this build works is you're going to go into your Arbiter form, and you are simply going to evade. And by evading through everything, and casting all of your spells and whatnot. Oops, that's not nothing. Then you're going to be automatically casting hammers with this evasion. And so that is going to just automatically have an auto cast of hammers that follow you. And these hammers are going to deal good damage on their own. So you can see, you know, we deal billions and billions of damage through all of that. And you're going to be in a perma arbiter form as well, which you can achieve in multiple ways. And I will discuss those ways. But this is essentially the build. It's going to smoke all of the content. Again, anything that's clearing basically up to pit level 100. This is like just under that right now. Anything that's going to be close to that is going to murder all of the like Lilith Torment 4 content and just destroy everything. So this will be good enough to do pretty much everything that you want to do. And is a great farmer build, very quick and fun. So let's dive into the skill tree first. There's a couple of options again as well for this, but we can dive in here now. So first, I just have 1 point in advance. If you want, you can also make this a disciple skill. You will get your cooldowns on this very fast, and so you will be able to use this to just dash forward very quickly as well. I actually would almost say I would recommend this as the thing to choose instead of having the Arbiter of Justice there, is to have Flash of the Blade right there, because it'll let you just move a little bit faster through and let you kind of like dash, 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 like you use this to dash, and you use that to dash, and you can go back and forth. It will make you a little bit faster. So I do think that is probably how I would do it, and I may put it in my build. Then you want to max Blessed Hammer, as again, this is a Blessed Hammer build, and you want to get Disciple's Halo. It makes it a Disciple skill, which is important for later. And then it also allows the hammers to orbit you, so they'll continue to stick with you. Other than that, we're getting Riposte for blocking grants damage, On Guard for armor and block chance, and then Court Skill increased damage right there, 18%. So again, just boosting up the hammers. We have 3 points in renewal and then a point in longevity. You could put up to 3 points in longevity. Totally up to you. I'm currently running all 3 auras. I just find that the auras are just too good in the end game to not run them. This one gives you critical strike chance and attack speed right there. And that's just really nice. Plus then you can get critical strike damage from Rite of Vengeance. This one gives you resolve stacks, which is damage reduction and healing. And when you use this, you get armor and resistance. And remember, armor is a boost to our damage. I'll show you more why later. So any armor is always good. And then this one has some healing on it, but it also has a stun, which gives us crowd control. So kind of hard to not use all 3 auras. Down here for the Valor skills, we do have Rally. I just have 1, 1, and 1. This is mostly just for regenerating your faith. Basically, because we have so much healing, you can just spam Rally really fast a few times, and your faith will go up to max again, and you get all your resource back. So this allows you to not need this Disciple skill whatsoever. Additionally, Rally also increases your movement speed. If you want, and you're just using that Disciple and your movement speed is good otherwise, you could drop Rally out because you're using this Blade's Flash of the Blade attack, and if you're regenerating resource. So you could kind of go here and drop Rally, or there, and right, you can pick which one you want. Falling Star is a option. Again, this would be another option for movement. If you want something to let you move around very quickly, you can use Falling Star. It'll be very quick on its cooldown, and it lets you jump around super easily. So again, you kind of have choices. You can pick up Advance, you can pick up Falling Star, you can pick up Rally. I'd say you're kind of doing 1 or 2 of the 3, depending, but you know, just gives you some movement right there. Over here, oh yeah, and we've picked up Best Offense and Fortitude because we are going to be fortified a lot with our stacks, and so that's just increased damage there. Over here we have Righteousness for increased holy damage. I do have a point into Dizzying Blow. You can definitely get this up to 3 points because this will get you damage. This will get you damage for crowd control enemies, which our Holy Light aura does. And then we've maxed out Kraken the Armor and High Charity for that cooldown reduction. And then we've gone down and maxed out heavyweight and break the line for increasing the damage. And then here you can decide if you want to put more points in like these as well. There's kind of like extra spots for you to place skills. So you can kind of decide where you want your points to go. Shining Armor and Giant Slayer maxed, Master Craftsworks maxed. And then you want to get a point into Seraph's Wings just because this gives you a really nice movement speed and it makes nearby enemies vulnerable, which is just super good. And then lastly, for the keynote, I'm actually using Coat of Arms. It just is a higher damage boost. Exaltation is nice in that it does have 85% damage boost, but the Wing Strike is not what we're going for here as much. I mean, Wing Strikes are still nice, but we're going for a hammer build, so we're just rolling for more damage on that. For the Paragon, it's actually pretty similar to the other build. So I'm just kind of running around here. I'm running main board into Castle. Again, every single Paladin will use Castle as their first board, and it will be everything is armor stacking. Because if you can get your armor stacked like crazy, I mean, look at this bonus, 1,042% multiplicative bonus. It's insane. So you're going to want Castle, and then you're going to want to get into all of these armor nodes. Just, I promise you, it's just so good. That will be capped at like 500% or something in the future. I promise they will nerf this and cap this at some point. But for now, it's not, and it's so good. This is the one. I have Arbiter here. This is the one thing I would probably change around because this is just increasing Arbiter Wings damage, which I'm not doing Arbiter Wings really right now. So you could change this, glyph out for, if you want, Turf would be fine. If you want, you could put Spirit, right, which would be great, increasing crit strike damage. Challenger would work as well. Where's Challenger? There it is. Challenger would also work for just more to random nodes. Increased damage to vulnerable targets for exploit. So there's a few nodes. Again, I'll have a guide down below that gives more knowledge on what I'm doing with everything. I have Resplendence over here and just getting big damage on that stuff. So we have Divinity as another one, which is great. Increased damage to vulnerable enemies. And remember, everything is vulnerable near us. We have Relentless. While moving, you deal increased damage and have cooldown reduction, which that's fantastic because that means our cooldown reduction is then going to be maxed. So that's just very helpful for us because we want our Arbiter Evade to be as often as possible, which I'll talk about that again in a second. And then Shield Bearer is just our block chance is going to be 100%. We're just getting all these like block chance nodes plus the block chance skills that we have. And so that just allows us to get Shield Bearer. And then again, I'm using Arbiter, which don't use that one. Resplendence, Apostle, Canny, and Diminish. These are all fine. Again, I'd probably take Spirit over Diminish and then like Exploit or Challenger or something. But they're good enough. These are working pretty well. Again, it's just kind of crushing. For the gear, we are running currently Harlequin Crest. Let me go to my stash really fast. I'm not going to sit here and say everybody has to have, a Shaco. So, if you don't have a Shaco, you can look for something that's got cooldown reduction on it, whatever. I'd probably re-roll like shield charge off of this to get like armor and then be happy with that or something. But I found a Shaco and I got a cooldown reduction boost on it. So we're gonna take all the cooldown reduction, right? Just really nice because we're doing Arbiter Evade, so we're just trying to like evade as much as possible. So just look for something with armor and life and strength, and that'll be pretty good. Same with Tyrael's Might here. This is a very defensive armor, but you can just look for any chesty that's got decent stuff. Strength, life, armor. This is great, right? Nice and easy. Additionally, you have these aspects like gain up to 132% armor and impairment resistance. So again, armor boost is solid because that is more damage for us as well. So these can be really nice to use as well. For gloves, I've got some cooldown reduction right here and critical strike damage, and then strength, and this has resistance as well. I've put disciple damage on them, so looking to add disciple damage to pretty much everything there that I can. We have the Indomitable right here for, again, that armor impairment boost. But again, looking for armor, looking for life, and then I've got increased Arbiter duration that I've put onto these. You probably want that about one time, get around like 50% of it, and it's really nice. For our boots, I've just got a lot of move speed. That's kind of my main focus. I'd like some armor too, but move speed was like a big thing, and then strength and life. And then you can pull enemies into you for increased damage, which is just nice again with the, a little extra damage boost. And then we have the Herald's Morning Star right here, which has chance for Blessed Hammer to deal double damage, which we really like. And then we have plus to Blessed Hammer on it as well. And then, of course, Blessed Hammer deals increased damage and lucky hit up to 20% chance to spawn a Blessed Hammer on the target hit. So this is just going to be your best weapon for you there. For an amulet, this is actually probably not the best amulet. I'm just kind of using it right now, but it does have 91.6% chance for Arbiter to deal double damage. So you could roll that onto something, and that would be solid. So, if you can get a roll, but, otherwise, it's okay. It's more for the wing strike build, I would say, but yeah, let me look at like other amulets that I have and see if I've got anything. Arbiter. Maybe not for the double, actually. So it is nice then, because it does have the chance to deal double damage, which is just a huge boost. But yeah, Utmost Glory would also be really good on an amulet. It gives a boost to weakened enemies. It's doubled, and so you can get, like 100% extra damage on an amulet or something, which is really good. So that would also be nice. I have Ring of the Starless Skies. Again, a mythic. I'm not going to say that you need to always have mythics for this. If you can get anything with plus core skills, that's really nice. But on rings, I'm really looking for, let me see if I've got good rings. Strength, life, crit chance, crit damage, and then you can add disciple damage onto it. And you can put like Utmost Glory as well for the aspect on there as well. Again, in the guide, I'll give kind of like recommendations for all these pieces. But if you can come across the Ring of the Starless Skies, it can be nice because you get those plus to core skills, which is really good. And then you are spending your primary resource here, getting that damage boost on top of nice crit chance and attack speed. Argent Veil is also very solid. Again, we have plus to core skills right here. So we're just increasing this hammer damage overall. And then we've got some strength, max life, vulnerable damage. But the biggest thing, and what really makes this nice, and it's almost like a key piece of the build, is Arbiter's Evade triggers a random equipped core skill for every 2 meters traveled. Core skills deal increased damage during Arbiter's Evade and for 4 seconds after. And so what you're doing is you're evading, and then you're casting it, cast a hammer, because that's our only core skill. And then you evade, it casts a hammer, evade, cast a hammer, right? So you're getting all these like hammer triggers off of just evading around. Otherwise, you're going to have to manually be casting your hammers. Thankfully, this isn't like that hard of a ring to get, but it is something that kind of pushes this now to that next piece. Otherwise, you can still play this build. Like I say, you just have to manually cast your hammers. So you're going to go in and be casting your hammers rather than evading through everything. And then we have Herald of Zakarum. This is just godly because it gives all this extra armor and increased strength, resistance armor. And again, extra armor is just godly. So Hawes is really good until you get a Hawes. Again, you can just look for like a big armor shield. And there's a lot of good aspects for this character that play through all of this stuff. So you have, you know, damage in Arbiter form. You have damage with vulnerable. I can bring up the like, right. So we can start casting a skill that grants Arbiter form increases your damage. So this would be nice with Falling Star, right? And so you can just cast Falling Star over and over and over again if you have this aspect, and you get a ton of damage. While in Arbiter form, kills grant increased damage up to 125% for vulnerable damage. This is fantastic, and this just works with anything of that. You can grab Aspect of Exorcism. No, you don't want that. Aspect of Holy Punishment, which is just increased holy damage, which is what we're doing. You can grab Aspect of Ligera's Sovereignty. Your disciple skills deal 60% more damage, which is what we're doing, right? So hammers are, you know, disciple in here. So there's a few of those. And then there's the Aspect of Utmost Glory. There's those ones we talked about. Arbiter's Evade cooldown reduced 3 seconds. So that would be really nice as well. We can do Evade. So Aspect of the Arbiter Zephyr. Arbiter's Evade cooldown is reduced by 1 to 3 seconds. So now you can just be spamming this out like crazy, which is really nice. And that may actually be good on the boots. Maybe I should roll that instead. Increased armor 46%. So for your armor ones, you can gain, you know, up to 124% armor and impairment resistance based on your block chance. And it can just be really nice overall. So that is all of the gear that I'm really using for this character. The gems are the standard rubies in any of the armors, emeralds in weapon for crit strike, and diamonds in jewelry. Pretty simple right there. We are running the Disciple Oath because casting a Disciple skill grants Arbiter form. So you don't even have to have the ultimate. This is what I'm saying. You can just keep casting your Disciple skills and you're good. Wing strikes gain Disciple skill benefits, and then while in Arbiter form, your Disciple skills deal increased damage, which is just good for us, like we talked about before. For the runes, I have Igni Gar up here. This is just nice for increasing my critical strike chance. And then I have Sir Ohm. This is casting skills to get Warcry. There's a lot of other things. Again, I'll have it kind of listed below. But, you know, Gar is pretty easy to get, and you can just do whatever stuff you want. You know, Sir Gar is pretty decent for a nice and easy rune word if you want some cheap ones, right? But, like, Yul is also good at top. Bach is good up top. Like, there's a few combinations. I will have all those listed in the guide. For my divine gifts, I've got Lies. Fortify is really nice right here. I've got Squalor. This gives us maggots in the Helltide, which is just really good. So I just love that for the experience. You can swap this with Pain if you want as well, which allows you to gain some maximum barrier right there. But I just like the experience from that. We have increased resistance with Screams. And then we have increased armor with Sin, which of course is just godly, right? Like we talked about before, getting the increased armor is just massive. So that pretty much is it for our mercenary. I'm just running Ground Slam, Bastion, kind of whatever. I don't really care too much about the mercenary. I'm murdering stuff for the most part before anything even matters with all of that stuff. And yeah. That's kind of the build. And like I say, once you get out there, you just kind of zap around, just kind of constantly evading. And every time you're evading and traveling, you're casting more and more hammers, dealing more and more damage. And it's a nice little boost. So anyways, that is our guide for the Evade Hammerdin. It is pretty fun. And again, definitely up in the S tier, clearing almost level 100 pits. So, what more can you want? GG. Don't forget to like and subscribe, YouTube. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace. Whew. My throat's sore. Okay, so let's actually try this. I need a different pair of boots now. I lock these ones in. Oh, those are really good boots. Wow.
The wonders of Sanctuary at your fingertips. How may I help you?
We'll do max life. Do you wish the angelic sounds were more present? Yeah, maybe. Why do the look away thing? I don't know.
See some steel you need?
Where's the Arbiter Evade cooldown? How am I missing this? Do I not have it? Oh, wait. Codex. Aspect of the Arbiter Zephyr. Good enough. That has a lot of move speed. Those boots are sick.
So I would bet to you.
Wow. Those boots are so good. I don't even want to sanctify these boots because I don't want to brick them out. Because I don't want it to just be Arbiter Evade cooldown. They're just like really nice.
Use it well.
All right. Now let me try. Let's do a 95. How do you upload a build? You can go to D4 builds and upgrade it or upload it. That definitely helped. Our Arbiter Evade is like a lot. Yeah, just go right through the walls. The damage is a little low. That's the only problem. Just needs a little more damage. Yeah. It's close. So close. Keyword search armor. Oops. Ah, we're missing an armor node. Okay, nice. I mean, that's pit level 95, you know, it's pretty high. So, they just do damage. Okay. So now I want to look at like a Hammerdin Judicator, maybe? Let's take a look at the skills. Let's look at hammers. Blessed Hammer hits enemies multiple times, sure. So it's no longer adjudicator skill when you do that. That makes me wonder about Blessed Hammer Juggernaut's even a thing. I mean, maybe that's fine. Make it judge enemies.
Moo.
Yeah. Thanks, Chrissy. Thanks, Cruz. Appreciate the subs. Spear of the Heavens. Rain down spears from the sky. It becomes a core skill and is now pure holy energy that crashes up from the sky. An impact deals that and breaks into projectile. Oh, wow. That's probably pretty good. Heaven's Fury Light judges enemies. Heaven's Fury can cast anywhere. Oh wait, hold on. Let me save this build really fast. Let's go to the armory. I think we have everything the same, right? Yeah. Okay. Empty, save. Can I name these? Rename. This is Evade Hammer. This is Disciple Wings. Okay. So now let's change it. So no longer there, now there. You don't go there, you go there. Dang, that's nice. Probably still need rally. Holy Bolt applies judgment. It becomes a justice skill. Deals damage and ricochets. Take out of you 3, and I guess we're going here, and that casts judgment. Wait, what? Splits into 3 beams, dealing 13,000 damage each hit. Splits into 5 beams, dealing 29,000 damage. Why would 5 beams? This is twice the damage. I don't know why you'd ever pick that one. Okay, I guess let's try it like this. And let's go to Judicator. Basic skills. Oh, basic skills apply judgment. But what basic skill do I want to use then? Is it just Holy Bolt? But that one can already apply judgment. Brandish. Like, what's gonna apply judgment easiest to everything, you know? Maybe it is like this or something. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, we're trying to work out a build here for this. Okay, let's do all the paragons. So we do want the damage. Armor. Armor.
More loyal friends you'll not find.
I guess the aura just gets used for judgment. That makes sense. Okay. Castle for sure. So I'm not crowd controlling them really, right? I'm not dealing physical damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so I want to start here. I don't care about that either. Okay. Block chance. That's physical damage. So we're not going through there at all. This is armor. Okay, I think that covers that board. Damage to crowd controlled, physical damage, physical damage. I don't care about any of those. One, two, three, four, five, six. Yeah. I do want shield bearer, I think, no matter what, as well. And thorns I don't care about. Block chance, yes. Physical damage I don't care about either. This might be the last board, actually. Yeah. There's Fervor, Zealot, Arbiter while moving. You might want that one. Judging an enemy causes them to take more damage from you. Ooh, this has holy damage. Holy damage. That's nice. Thanks, Silver. Okay. Let's go here. And there's a bunch of armor up there. Judgment damage. Max life. Holy damage. Sheesh. Resistance and strength, lucky hit chance. Okay, we can attach like this. Good enough there. Yeah, it's probably worth going for those max life nodes, to be honest. And then we'll go over here. And resistance and strength. It's at least worth picking up the rare nodes. One, two, three, four, five. One, two, three, four, five. Very similar. Okay. End on shield bearer. It's just 90%. %, and have cooldown reduction. I think I like this one. Oh, this one does have armor though. Just one, no. Okay. Wow, that's annoying. Max life, holy damage, max life, holy damage, holy damage, lucky hit. Alright, we'll attach here. Okay. And now we'll go healing received. Max life. Okay. Oh my God. And that's got holy damage. Yeah, and that's fine. Okay, and I guess this is our last board, right? Block chance, physical damage, thorns and max life, damage. Just go down through there. Pit's the best way to make paragons. I found just doing like Duriels and the Helltides was doing great for me. Thorns and strength, or physical damage and strength, both that are pretty trash. There is block chance on this. Wait, how do I have all that block chance still? How's my block chance over 100 still? Huh. Oh, from another one of the boards, I guess. Oh, okay. So... Perfect. Okay, so that hits all of it for us. It's probably not worth going all the way down there for that, honestly. Why is it? Oh, that's all the places I can place. Okay. All right. So let's do bonus to these rare nodes. Though that might be better over on the other one. Right up. Not there. Yeah, that's not that good either. A lot of willpower. Willpower and int. Maybe I use one of those. You just feeling dramatic today? Okay, don't go too crazy. Damage strength, damage strength. Okay, fine. That's it. That's a good one to put there. For every 5 intelligence purchased. Is there a lot of like, there's willpower here, intelligence, intelligence, intelligence. Okay, this one seems like a good spot for intelligence. 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 All right, something like that. Too hard to get to that one. Cool. Where do I get the runic cleats armor? Runic cleats. Wait, what runic cleats? For every strength purchased. Any more easy strength? Seems like that. Oh my god. Is there any hope for truth in the D2R Act 6, 7
Amazing
rumors?
how D2 is so much better with so much less.
You ain't wrong. Oh. I need 2 more willpowers. It'll grow out 1 in the future and then it'll be fine, but I don't have that upgraded yet. Juggernaut skills. Judgment skills. Okay. 40 strength. Actually seems like it fits nicely there. And judging an enemy causes them to take 15x damage. That's nice. Every 5 intelligence or judicator skills deal increased damage. Okay, so where am I missing a slot? Right here. Zero int has been picked up. Oh, that's not in its range yet. So we still need to grab a couple more of those. That'd be nice when that gets in range. I need 1 more node. Do I have 1 more that I can easily grab? Oh my god, no. Gotta level it. So I need 2 more nodes right now. What is this? 35 int. I don't need that strength even. And we'll hold off on that one for now, just so we can get this. Okay. Let's take a look and see how this build works and plays. Blessed Hammer. Okay. Let's try a level 80. Oh, I haven't even adjusted my gear yet. I mean, my gear's like halfway set up. But, okay, it does 80 pretty well. We also don't even have, you know, half our glyphs leveled. Monster there? Yeah, just look below all the numbers. Obviously. You can turn numbers off. Yeah, you can. I have the numbers on right now because I'm using it for getting a sense of like what the damage is on it all. Not bad, again, considering I don't really have any glyphs truly set and I haven't changed my gear over yet. So not running the right aspects. Kill this guy, please. Like it's decent. The high-end damage is a little weaker, but again, we have a lot of things. Feels like Vampire Survivor gameplay. Yeah. Can't tell if it's D3 or D4. Yeah, I mean, they're the same game. D3 is a little bit more cartoony. Otherwise, very similar game. What's funny is this, I'm only showing like crit damage and vulnerable damage. I turned off the normal damage numbers. So we can get more damage numbers on the screen if we want. This is actually a lesser version. This is the toned down version of the number spam. Hammerdin? This is Hammerdin.
A fresh whisper joins the swarm.
Uh-oh. That dang poison breath gets me, man. Enemy. Can you give me a quick without length pause rundown? What do you think of the Blessed Hammer so far? No, we don't need a triple ancestral. We don't need a clip of the vice piece. I'll do a thingy in a bit with it. Yeah. For sure. All right, let's take a look at the triple. Max life, life per second, and armor. Oh, that's nice. Not a bad helm. For sure, Minders, I got you. It does matter, though, chess, because balance of things is where it matters. If something does 100 damage, then 1,000 damage, then 1,000,000 damage, then 1,000,000,000 damage, then 1,000,000,000,000 damage, the balance of scaling with everything between that is such a mess.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer? Use it well.
Okay. Alright, so let's look at gear. That's still good. That's still totally fine. Yep, that'll work. I guess cooldown reduction isn't as important, but it's still fine. Arbiter duration. I probably would want to change that up. Movement speed's still fine. So you could get new pants for it. Those are pretty good. Yeah. Disciple damage. Oh, I guess disciple damage isn't good. Okay. So we'll need a different glove. It does have core skills on it, technically. It's not great, but it's like fine. Vulnerable damage, lucky hit chance, max life. Blessed hammer. Pause, yes. Okay, so I don't care about this. And I don't care about this. So, God, both these rings are so good, but they have wing strike and disciple damage on them. Yeah, I'm gonna put Indomitable on here. Once I get the gear, then we'll swap on the correct other pieces. Strength, life. That's a pretty good ring. So is that one. Can make one of these guys. Strength, life, attack speed. Trying to think if there's a unique ammo that I really want to use. Let me look at something really fast. No, okay. Yeah, probably just putting Utmost Glory on something. I'm just looking for base. Oh, okay, that's also a nice ring. Disciple damage is already on that. A lot of good rings, honestly. But maybe this is still good just because it has core skills. Even though it has Arbiter's Evade, +4 to core skills is just really nice. So that might still be better than anything else. Maybe not. Let's see. Let's go to you and put in. Let's look at these rings. I don't think I need more cooldown reduction. This one's pretty baller. Okay, between these two. 9 and 9, 42 and 46. This one has damage on it as well. This one has life on it. I can roll damage onto this. Or I can roll life onto this. Kind of the same thing. I've got so much CDR from like Shaco and stuff. Okay, well first let's get rid of Faith on Kill on this thing. Okay. I don't have Air of Perdition, so unfortunately. And then I guess we can just roll both of these guys. Crit strike, life. Strength works. Okay, we'll put those away for now. So we'll deal with these two. So if I were to put an aspect here, chastisement, juggernaut skills. Holy damage. Disciple damage. Judicator skills have a chance to chain to a close enemy. How would a hammer chain? How does that work? Huh. I mean, Lucky Hit is nice here because it's up to a 20% chance to spawn a Blessed Hammer on target hit. But I've got a pretty good Lucky Hit chance already. Judgment detonations can detonate other judgments early. Judgment deals 90% increased damage. I mean, that seems good. Increase the damage and size of judgment explosions. Justice skills. Are Judicator skills justice skills? No. Oh wait, no. Justice skills are these. So I'm not using any justice skills. That's right. So it seems like we either want the chaining I mean, this is holy damage increased by 66%, which Blessed Hammer is holy. Huh. I guess let's try the chaining. Judgment detonations can detonate other judgments early. That's probably all that we care about. There's also the utmost glory, which is fine. Let's just go there.
Bright aura. Brighter soul.
Let's craft 2 diamonds. Oh. And put a socket in you.
What
And
colour?
2 sockets in you.
Brilliance.
And 2 royal
The
rubies.
stars made manifest.
Okay.
Stars guide you.
Now we can temper. Take off the wing strike. Adjudicator damage. Or holy damage. Both seem fine. Yeah, I think that's right. Okay, let's go adjudicator damage. 52%. 53%. 41%. Wait. Oh no. You can only temper it so many times? Son of a gun. Well, that sucks. We got the worst roll. Oh, I need to
There is magic in all
redo
things.
these.
Let me show you.
Judging an enemy grants you 80% increased armor. But still not as much as... What's the name of it? There we go. Okay. And... Does have move speed, that's fine. Plus armor is fine.
The wonders of Sanctuary at your fingertips.
Codex. Just put Wild Bolt. Maybe I should sanctify these boots.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Alright, we're just gonna take whatever we get here. $45, whatever. $46. Can I roll not 40s? Good lord. Okay, now let's go try a tier 85. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Your reality is a dream. I've come to wake you.
Okay, wait. Let me fix the damage numbers. I hope I don't die. There we go. Now we can see all the damage numbers. You didn't see this, you would have beaten crazy, but would have lost to me. Anything can happen in playoffs. All you gotta do is make playoffs, man, you know? That's always it. It's just get there. That is the rule of fantasy, because my team next week could score 78 points or something, you know? Now it looks like I've lost Devontae Adams, so I lost my bye week in that regard. So glad I traded for him. He came in, gave me 2 dud weeks, and got hurt. And now we'll probably retire as well. Big ol' waste of a pick. I'm hungry, you spoon. Shut up about my spoon habits. My goodness. I feel like I want to maybe get Holy Bolt going. just for like making sure I have judgment on everything all the time. Or just have advanced dashing with my basic skills. Have it now. That's fine enough. Let's go. Diablo 5 will just be numbers, no graphics. Honestly, yeah, you don't need the graphics. The numbers do fine enough. Like, why are there even graphics right now, if we're gonna be honest? You know? Math blasters? Oh yeah, exactly. That's how we're playing. More number. Why am I getting behind you? Is something happening? Yeah, I'm doing some testing right now, which is why the numbers are on. Hammerdin? Hammerdin, baby. That works, Victor. Nice, Doc. Today I got my first number with a T. Not on this build, on the other build, of course. I retired from D2R. Yep, quit for good.
Sanctuary is my canvas. Where could I be?
Uh-oh. Oh my god.
What to do? What to do?
It's actually me kind of close. Hey.
As a Jarbo's in Light Fury, is it more important to get that 100% penetrate, instead of put those last skills for synergy day MG? I'm level 93 and got 80% penetrate MF build. Put more in Pierce or Power Strike?
If you have a Razor Tail, yeah, just like couple points to penetrate. Or, yeah. You want to get 100%. It'll do a lot for you. Okay. A little slow, but okay. I do want to check the one thing. Yeah, that 100%, especially if you're doing like cows and stuff. Oh my god, it's so noticeable. No, I didn't want to go through that. Oh yeah, if you're not using, you probably want to use Razor Tail, honestly. Okay, so it looks like if I cast a hammer, the chance to chain maybe will create another hammer. Oh, and then that hammer is over wherever they are. Seems like that's what's up. It just doesn't seem like it's a 40% chance to chain. Like, it feels like that would be chaining more often than it is. You know?
Quite the challenge.
Like, that's hitting a decent amount to not have chained. Wait. Oh, why do I have increased, or the Arbiter still? It doesn't say lucky hit. It just says skills have a 40% chance to chain to a close enemy of their damage. If no enemy is within range, damage the initial target instead. So it's not a lucky hit thing. Maybe it has to really be close is the idea. Okay. Oh, snap. Wait. No, that's fine, actually. Oh. Judgments deal increased damage. This is what I need. Okay. So this is the other ring that we wear. Not a very good one, but it's fine. We can't temper, do anything else.
More fair than I thought.
Cooldown reduction. I probably want to increase the chance for judgment to deal extra damage.
Some solid decks here.
70%. Okay. And now is it better to have this or this? Either way, I don't think the chaining is good.
There is magic in all things. Let me show you.
melee damage. Let's just do that, I guess. Actually, Judicator. Okay. So this. Hard to say which is better. Those are both good. But now we have this guy. And that guy.
See some steel you need?
And
There's a good one.
sure.
More there than I thought.
Sure. I don't know if I even want to upgrade these, honestly. They're so bad. Sure. Okay, now let's go try that 85 again and see how it goes.
Quite the challenge, My world, my
Yeah. That's better for sure. That did a lot for us here. That sped this up a decent amount. The sounds. Yeah, I'm using heralds. Oh, so that chain was really worthless then. Don't you love the beautiful sound design? Need a Shroud of False Death? I really do. We can go hunting. But yeah, I really would like one. Thank you for the awesome content. When are you going back to D2? Very soon. I need to... Let me see. We got this guide. Honestly, it's probably just like writing these guides up. So we may be back to D2 tomorrow. Yeah, maybe psychedelic. It's gonna be weird going back to D2, man. The whole screen not just being everything. How's the paladin? Solid. The flickering, I'm pretty certain, is my explosions from Judgment. I need a period of adaptation. Yeah, we'll play some Mosaic just to slowly ease ourselves back in. Good call. I'm planning to check out the PoE2 Druid. It's been pretty fun. Possibly. We've got so many things to do, you know. The hard part. but it'd be worthwhile. Go checking out. Alright. So last time we ended with like a minute and some change left, so... So that sped us up by like 4 minutes, making that change. Very decent. Yeah, definitely an improvement.
Do you feel that? The loss of control.
Not bad.
Finished with you. I will return.
Not bad. Okay. All right, let's make this guide. I feel like it's pretty well set. What's up, YouTube? Mr. Llama here, and today we're going to be talking about the Blessed Hammer Justice Paladin in Diablo 4. So we've done a Blessed Hammer Disciple that ran around with Evade. This one plays more into the Judgment caster style of the Hammerdin, so just a slightly different way. Pretty similar in power, maybe slightly weaker. But also feels pretty good. I mean, I just did a level 85 pit pretty easily. We had like 6-7 minutes left. And so I think with all the proper gearing and things a little bit better, getting my like glyphs fully leveled, we could get into the 90s with this character in the pit. Pretty solid. Again, will clear all of the contents very easily in the game and just be super strong. So... let's take a look a little bit first at just the character. I'm just going to show you, you know, like a 30 seconds, a minute of how it plays. And then we'll dive into the skills and stats and all the different pieces from there. So let's just get outside into the Helltide. So... big piece, of course, is like, you know, if you played Hammerdin before in D2 or anything, you're just going to be casting your hammers. Additionally, we are running the 3 auras here as well. So that is, you know, just something that we can have in addition. And then we have the ultimate as well for just simple stuff. So does, you know, in the billions of damage pretty easily right here. And we can cast that ultimate pretty often. And yeah, like I say, it just kind of moves around. And you're just casting judgment on everybody, getting the judgment explosions, and, you know, casting hammers. And then you can always move faster with your rally and restore your faith. So very easy way to just melt everything and clean it all up. That's kind of the basics of the character. Let's dive into the skill tree. So within the skill tree, there's a couple options and ways you can run it. First, you actually can play with like Holy Bolt or with an advance where you're like wave dashing forward, or you're rushing into enemies like with Vanguard's Rush. You can play with that, or you can play Holy Bolt and have it bounce around and ricochet. You know, if you would like to do that as well. Basically because this will allow you to spread judgment if you want to do it in this manner. And you can use these as well for, again, some movement with advance or with just getting the judgment. Because again, with the Oath of Judicator, your basic skills now apply judgment. So you can use any basic skill if you would like to generate faith and then to put judgment on everybody. We'll continue going over this oath while we're here. Judgments can now be detonated by your core Judicator skills, dealing weapon damage in a small area and gaining their skill benefits. And then each time you judge an enemy, increase the damage they take up to 80% until they die. So you can just, you want to keep judging stuff, right? So going back to the skills, you can kind of pick whatever you want within that. And again, Holy Bolt could be nice, just having the ricochet as a way to quickly judge a bunch of stuff. We obviously have maxed out Blessed Hammer over here. Then we have enhanced it and gone into Shattering. You could also probably test out Mortar Combat. Just, mortars, hammers to the ground. But this just does it, and then they shatter. Right? They deal damage and shatter in 3 small explosions on impact. So you just get kind of this explosion all around. So kind of up to you. But I think Shattering Blow is best right there. So we've maxed that. And then we've gone Discipline for core skill damage, On Guard, and Riposte just to get blocking and armor. In the synergy or the auras, I'm running all 3 auras again. In the end game, I feel like you're going to run all 3 auras on every build. So I'm running this Rite of Vengeance for crit strike damage, and then we get the crit strike chance right there. That felt like the best for me. The Rite of Prayer is super good. This gets you stacks of resolve and heals you. And so Defiance is just very strong for that. Plus you get armor and resistances every time you press it. And then over here I went for Rite of Judgment, which allows Holy Lights active to judge enemies. And then it reduces the cooldown per rank. So if you want to put more ranks in this, you can drop that cooldown. And then you can just use this for judging stuff really quickly all around you. So it might actually be worth putting even more points into this, really dropping that cooldown. We can even see how much it drops. A little bit. I was hoping it'd be a little bit more. But dropping the cooldown down because you're going to be spamming this just to get judgment on everything around you. And then we do go into Renewal, which just blocking fortifies you for your max life. Just a nice way to get fortified. Over here, we are running Rally, and we're going to Words of Sacrifice. This makes it not cost faith, and instead it will cost life, but we regen life really fast, and it generates faith and move speed. Very nice for easy spamming. Otherwise, you can use it to reduce all active justice skill cooldowns if you wanted. Over here for Words of Inspiration. Or you can have it generate more faith and gain 1 additional charge and become a charges thing for using it. But I really like just having it be life. Easy way to regen your faith. But, the other ones do have some potential thoughts. Reducing justice skill cooldowns by 3 isn't bad. If you're going to use more of the other ones like Purify and stuff, right? So we could go into Purify right here. You can see its cooldown's reduced and it judges enemies. So if we were to go and take that, which honestly I might consider that as something right here. Purify generates that and it judges enemies. So 2.5 second cooldown. And it's going to judge everything around. And as we saw before, the more we can judge enemies, the more that's going to just deal increased damage, right? Because the judgments are also exploding. So we're going there. We are maxing out, these guys, if I forgot to say them. Righteousness for increased holy damage. I do have a point into Dizzying Blow. But I will take that out actually and put it over here. I forgot to move a couple pieces around. We are going to Crack in the Armor and High Charity. Both of these are really good. And then crit strike damage, critically striking, grants you damage reduction, versus weakened and healthy right there. And then Master Craftwork, Shining Armor, and Giant Slayer. I was playing a little bit with Heaven's Fury, but I just didn't like it enough. It judged enemies, which is what I liked, but it didn't feel like the damage was doing enough right there, so we were off of that. And then lastly, Consuming Judgment increases your damage by 6% for 5 seconds up to 90%. Judgment now spreads to nearby targets without Judgment when it detonates. So it's actually funny. I was playing around with the wrong key passive there. So this is really nice because this is going to just expand it all around, right? Again, we want Judgment explosions, and we want it to keep spreading and exploding over and over and over again. So the longer we can just keep things judged, the better. In our Paragon, the boards we have are Castle, first board. Castle's just amazing. Just 1.8% of your armor. I have 923% current bonus right there. That's just disgustingly good, right? Just like tons and tons of armor is just really good. You want as much armor as you can get. Then we're going into sentencing right here, which judging an enemy causes them to take more damage until they die. Obviously works well with our build. Then we have Endure. You deal 90% increased damage while fortified, and we're going to be fortified pretty much all the time. Shield Bearer. You deal increased damage equal to 110% of your block chance. I do want to get this up to 110%, so I'll need to put a couple nodes in for that. And those are our boards right there. For our glyphs, I'm using Apostle. Why am I using Apostle? Okay, well, we'll go through this way. Oh, no. We have Judicator over here. I haven't fully leveled this one up yet. I'm just kind of like working through leveling these ones for the Justice build. So I'm leveling Judicator skills and glyphs right now. So that one's not fully up yet. We have Canny, which is increasing non-physical damage, which is good for us. We have Apostle, which I need to remove and put in... where was the one I wanted there? We'll get back to it in a second. We have Law, so increase damage. I guess for now I'll just put in boost to the magic nodes. That's not even good right there. This one would actually be decent for magic nodes with armor. It's okay, actually. Sorry, I'm like... Damage. Okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to take... Diminish out from there. We're going to put Resplendence in here. And... that's Disciple skills. That's Arbiter wings. And you can go here. Just realized my glyphs weren't set fully. Okay. So this diminish is just bonus to the rare nodes. So yeah, not bad, right? There's going to be a better one that we can put in there for sure. And it'll be one for, I mean, I guess I do want for strength, because I have a lot of strength in there. Oh, but it's disciple skills. Oh, wait. Here we go. So, like, turf would be good. Strength purchased, you deal increased damage to close targets. Increased damage while healthy would be fine for Imbiber. Honed would be fine there. We want exploit would be good. Challenger's always fine at the end. and spirit is great, right? Just for willpower to increase crit. So, yeah, I don't have the perfect glyphs for this setup yet. So that is the one thing. I'll have a guide down below that does have it set even better. So just keep an eye out for that. Best thing I can say. But this is actually not bad right here for the added damage. So I will have that there. But that gives you the general sense of what we've got in the tree right there. I'm just going to put this in here for now as a general thing. So, yeah, that is the paragon. Again, we'll have a better paragon in the written guide. But I've kind of gone through the glyphs that I'd like, and these are the ones that I like. Overall, I'm focusing on just like damage and armor for a lot of it, right? Just judgment, damage, armor, all of that is going to be your main focus. For the gear, I have Shaco right now, looking for something with cooldown reduction. And armor and life is probably good, and strength, right? I'd kind of like look around at those. So, you know, even if you just have a helm like this, okay, it's got some cooldown reduction and strength. I could re-roll the shield charge to something else, and that'd be a pretty solid helmet right there that I could then do some stuff with, right? So that would be good there. I'm also wearing Tyrael's Might. Again, these are some mythics. I don't expect everybody to have mythics. You don't need to have mythics. You can just wear, you know, some other chesty that's going to just have life on. Oh, that's a helmet. But like life and armor, and that'll be good enough. And there's some nice aspects as well. We'll go over the aspects in a second. Here you go. Here's these are pants, whatever. You know. You can find a decent armor. Life, armor, strength. Easy stuff. So I'm just wearing Tyrael's Might because, again, that's what I have, and it's solid enough. For some gloves, again, you really want to be getting... This has plus to core skills. It's only got +1, which is unfortunate. So I would love if I had a higher core skills glove, but otherwise it does have nice, you know, strength and life on it. And so these gloves are like medium. This is my worst piece of gear for sure, but they do okay. And then I'm putting, you know, we'll go through aspects in a second. Again, pants, strength, life, armor, max life there. All good. Looking for armor here as well with move speed, strength, and max life. These boots are pretty solid, actually. So we like that. We're using the Herald's Morningstar, of course. This has plus to Blessed Hammer, chance for Blessed Hammer to deal double damage, chance there to be an extra Blessed Hammer. Blessed Hammer deals increased damage. It just has everything for Blessed Hammer. So you're going to want Herald's Morningstar. If you don't have that, you can still use some imprinted weapon that you have somewhere. Let me see if I have like a decent one. I mean, it's okay. You know, you can still find like a weapon and imprint it with something. You know, look for just like life and damage, vulnerable damage. Like this isn't bad, but this will really kind of help increase that Blessed Hammer damage. You do want to get a Herald's Morningstar, and thankfully it's not too rare of a unique, so it shouldn't be too bad. For an amulet, I've just got damage, attack speed, life, and strength. Pretty simple right there. Seal of the Second Trumpet is also very helpful. Again, not too hard of a unique to get, but it has Judgment, deals a bunch of increased damage, and chance for Judgment to deal double damage. So because we're judging everything, this is just good. It also has a chance for Judgment to explode twice. So you will want to get this ring. If you can't get this ring, I mean, there are other nice rings. Look for, you know, stuff that's just got damage, crit strike damage, critical strike chance, like, you know, life, strength, those things. Again, the guide will have kind of a list of all the good affixes. I also have a Ring of the Starless Skies. This is nice with those plus core skills, But I actually have debated kind of swapping back and forth to, you know, something with Utmost Glory, or putting on, you know, just a different ring. I think I had another ring I really liked somewhere in here. Maybe this one? Yeah, this one's pretty good. So, crit strike chance, crit strike damage, max life and strength. And then, you know, you can have a nice imprint on it as well with the aspect. So this could even be better than the Ring of Starless Skies. Yeah, I'd have to do more testing. But again, you don't need to have this mythic unique. And lastly, Hawes. Hawes is just great. We get the plus core skills. You get the increased strength and resistance and armor. There's plus to armor within it. It's just solid. You're going to want to have a Hawes. If you don't have a Hawes, there's still, again, nice imprints that you can put on. You do want to get plus armor on a shield and max life and, you know, what you can there. But Hawes is definitely where you want to get for every paladin build. You're going to pretty much want to have that. For the aspects, really you're just looking at all of these judgment ones. Judgment detonations can detonate early, detonate other ones early, and increases the damage. Gain, you know, armor for your pants. This will let you gain up to, in this case, you know, 136% armor. Really nice. And you're going to have high block as well and armor, so that's just fantastic. Just the simple, you know, warlord right here of pulling enemies in for slightly increased damage. That's always an easy one if you want to have that. Judicator skills deal increased damage against enemies affected by judgment. Of course, the enemies are going to be affected by judgment that we're fighting. And then increased damage and size of judgment explosions can also be nice. So really, you'll just kind of play around with those ones. The one that I didn't like that I tried was the chaining one. I don't think it actually worked with the hammer. So you can ignore that. But yeah. Otherwise, I'm using Igni Gar right here. So whenever you cast a non-basic skill, you gain crit chance. We have hammers, so you know those are non-basic skills, so we're just going to gain crit chance very easily from that. And then I have Seer Ohm to get Warcry, increasing your damage. But you could also look at other things, you know, depending on what runes you have. Really, you just want stuff that's going to get you offering very quickly. So, you know, I can look at travel 5 meters from Bach. That's really simple. Cast a skill with the cooldown. We're casting all of our auras pretty often. And then Hammer doesn't have a cooldown, but between the auras and then the Purify, we're going to be casting stuff pretty often, so that would also not be bad. And then Gar is always a good base. And, you know, you can look at just kind of these other pieces of whatever stuff if you want something else to go. But I'll give some rune suggestions as well in the written guide. Mercenary, here's what I have. Just Ground Slam Bastion through to Inspiration. You know, you can use a lot of things, but this allows for, you know, Ground Slam to make them take increased damage. So I think that's, you know, totally fine. Divine Gifts, I'm running Lies, Squalor, Screams, and Sin. If you want to switch Pain and Squalor, you can. I just really like the Experience Globes and the Hell Tides. They are very helpful for leveling up a little bit more. So I think that's really nice. Otherwise, this one allows you to gain maximum barrier after getting injured, which is very nice. So Pain, you know, can fit in there. So that's my combos through that. Gems, rubies, and armor. Emerald in your weapon, diamonds in your rings, which that's a good reminder to go ahead and do that. And then, you know, I'm looking to add Judicator damage is what I'm kind of focusing on for a lot of the stuff where I can. So just adding Judicator damage on all of these things for a little bit of extra damage. And yeah, I'm trying to think what else am I missing, if anything. It goes through all that, goes through all that, the oath, the skills. That's kind of the build. Like I say, it plays pretty well. I think getting into the 90s in the pit, totally easy. It could maybe even go a little bit higher. I mean, characters that can, you know, run pit up to almost level 100 there are pretty A to S tier, I feel like. So pretty dominant character. There's still plenty of room. And like I said before, I'm doing this with some, you know, some paragon nodes that are still being leveled up, Judicator and stuff. And I'm probably going to go back for Spirit and change it up. So my glyphs aren't even like really well set and perfect here. So, you know, this character is dominant already without even having these things fully set. But I will have a more fully set written guide with those pieces down there for you on Icy Veins. But yeah, that is the character. I hope that you enjoy the Hammerdin. Don't forget to like and subscribe, YouTube. I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace, everybody. Whew. Okay. Dude, my glyphs are such a mess. They're so messy. Is there anything that has good magic nodes? No, no. No. I guess this one. Damage, 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 damage. Even that's like fine. Just not a great magic nodes like board set. Sad. Cool. Okay. I am going to start highlighting all of these and getting them over, and then I'm also going to start writing these to get the written versions of them. So I'm going to start doing that now because we've got kind of three different builds to do that with. Rename Justice Hammer. Justice Ham. So, GG everybody. Thank you guys for being here. I will see you guys tomorrow. Right? Yeah. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Dang rag. That's rough. Mwah. Thank you for being here. Don't forget exclamation star, and we will hang out in Mr. Llama VOD. Helps out the channel. Thank you, Martin. Bye, everybody. Have a good one.